Well, this is a different category, and a different time, and a different day. Hello, happy Saturday. Hope everyone's doing well. I have been prepping some stuff this week, and finally it's all in a place where I'm happy with it, to where I can actually be productive and do a bunch of stuff. So, I thought, why not bring you guys in on the journey? So, here's what we're working with today. These are all... Actually, there's a button here for me to clear chat. F3D. Oh, that works really well. A number of these textures in front of me were made many years ago by me. And some of them need fixing up, because the Barbarian, for example, was built for the Zombie Pigman, which doesn't exist anymore. So, needs a bit of a tweak. Missing a leg and an arm. Not fully sold on whether we're going to stick with the imp for the creeper for the imp. The chicken's pretty good, but we can probably do some variants of that. Not sure what to do with the giant rat, because that's not particularly giant, and it also wiggles too much. The goblin needs some additional work, definitely. I'd also love it if my frame rate was not dipping terribly. The banker I have nearly reworked. This is the pre-rework one. Originally, it was designed for a villager. Now we have the technology to have mannequins, which are humanoid NPCs. So this is a very quickly reworked version as a player skin, a high-res one. So that one needs to... I think layering it would be very beneficial, because right now it's all one bottom layer. Oh, you can even see the shoulders slightly there. Obviously, the Dark Wizard has an additional texture up here, which we don't want. It's probably fine otherwise. I'll have to revisit the reference, which is this one up here. And I might experiment putting him in a NPC thing with a custom hood. Yeah, might work as that. I might have to restart my game to fix this frame rate. Good lord. Let's do that first. Because apparently the game doesn't want to work well for me today. It was working fine earlier. I did leave it running all day, so that probably didn't help. So I'm going to be using Krita for this, and I spent a whole bunch of time this week trying to figure out how to get Krita to show Minecraft models, so that when I'm retexturing in Krita, I can actually see a preview of what I'm making. And why am I clipping? I shouldn't be clipping. I haven't changed anything, but hang on, filters. No, there's no gain filter. The Wavelength software decided to forget my mic settings again, so I am running slightly outdated settings here, which is not ideal. Yeah, okay. Apparently encoding and Minecrafting don't work well together. Or, nope, I was going to say I could blame Photoshop, but it's not open. So, luckily we won't be doing much in here. I've prepped for this, so we'll just close that for now. So you can see down here, I have a very cool program called Krita, which is an art program. And what I have done is I have installed this View 3D plugin down here. I'm not sure if that's a good spot for it, but I can go into Mesh, and I can go Open Mesh. I don't know what it's going to show here, so I'm going to quickly... It defaulted to System 32. What an interesting choice. We are going to go into the 07craft folder, extracted resources, Minecraft entities, and we're going to start with the player because we've got the banker texture open. And as you can see, we can actually just preview, and we can even move the light So we can very carefully texture, and it even supports multiple layers. So if I hide my system there... Oh, wait, this one has the bugged... I'll have to fix that. But if you look closely, I can actually just get rid of, say, the left sleeve, and there's the arm underneath it. So we can verify everything works in the standard Minecraft layers. And this works with all the mobs. And it's surprisingly easy to do the necessary conversions. But we'll start with fixing up a couple quirks in the banker, which, to do that, we should probably have the RuneScape entities visible somewhere. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it? So there's this tool here called RuneMonk, and we can straight up just look for an NPC and display it without having to have a game open. So I'm going to let that load. Now, if the lo-fi beats ends up being a little too chill, I will switch out to something different. So there's the cow model. So then I can compare how that looks and reapply it down to what we're doing. But for now, we need the banker. Typed banker. And we know it's not this guy. So that's one variant with the like shorter front, which is not who we're after. Unless this one is actually bugged in this viewer and his front shirt does not render correctly. Which would not be good. That's not a banker. Okay. There's something, I think it's rendering a couple layers incorrectly. Let's grab the actual banker ID that I have here, which we care about either 953 or 3318. So let's go back to ID. Let's go to hide nulls as models. 953 is the mummy. Okay. So that's the old code, and the new one is 3318. Yep, so this banker is different to what I expected. He still has the grey hair, which we might need to do something about his ears, because right now they're hidden. I did do the sleeves, but I wonder if I can do something a little nicer with my sleeves. I need to verify... Yeah, that's the tutorial island banker. Let's verify I'm not crazy here. I'm going to go to tutorial island very quickly. Go down to the bank. Ah. That is how it's displayed in here. But is that how it actually looks? I guess I have to go one step further and actually open the video I recorded on Tutorial Island. Because if you look up the OSRS wiki and pull up the banker, then he has the correct shirt. That's what the banker's shirt is meant to look like according to the reference shot. So let's see if I'm crazy or if this is a bug. Why is my encoding overloaded? I'm opening an MP4. Okay, here we go. Where's Mr. Banker? Yeah. The banker definitely has the front shirt. So why are the models rendered incorrectly in both this one and this one? In such a weird way too. Like it's specifically like there's clearly a Z fighting thing happening. And if I could hide certain I wonder if I download the GLT app. How that will appear in Windows's 3D viewer. Yeah, okay. It also has the weirdness. That's strange. Well, we know what he's supposed to look like. I don't think I can hide elements in here. Or here. Well, that's going to be a problem if both the map viewer and the entity viewer display entities incorrectly. Oh well. For now, we'll just go based on the reference picture that I've got here. And we'll... Does he have boots on? He does. Well, we'll fix up his jacket, because it is just a straight line, which is nice and simple. And... where do I want to put him? Like, I don't want to put him behind my camera, because then that's not very useful. So what I might do is I'll shrink this way. Pop this here. I can't shrink this any smaller. At least this way I have access to the buttons I care about. Mostly. Maybe if I just download this picture and open it in a standard picture viewer. Standard picture viewer can't go any narrower than my browser window. That's not helpful. All right, let's enable... I have a button for always on top. There we go. So at least with these two, I can move them around if they get in the way. So we will pop the banker a little bit larger here. So we're going to first fix up his jacket here. I don't like that I can't zoom in anywhere in between those two values, but that's okay. So, I don't know if I care about a snapshot docker. So, we have the multi-layer one. We don't care about the others. We have the dither, which helps. We have the hair, which we will have to fix later. The face, which is good enough. There's not a lot to work with, and I don't want to make them mouthless and noseless. So that's okay. Those are the low-res eyes, which I am happy to just throw out at this point. We've got the head skin. We've got the shirt shapes. No stripes. He doesn't have stripes in this variant, so we're going to keep those off. Aha. I apparently incorrectly placed a purple square on. No, not there. Here. Okay. I'm confused by this preview being so outdated because I thought I disabled shirt stripes. Okay. What happened up there? I don't know what shirt white butt is. Maybe we should hide the jacket and find out. Ah, okay. It's literally... There's a texture on his butt. Cool. The white shirt is separate because of the gradient. Cool. Copy of shirt stripes. I'm okay getting rid of... That's the old white shirt. There's not really a gradient on his shirt, is there? That's more a detail I added myself. We'll leave it for now. Alright. We can probably redo these as dynamic shapes and correct it later. Jacket right. Copy of jacket left fold. Left leg. I don't think there's anything additional we want to do with the legs. I'm okay keeping them on the bottom layer. Maybe a bit of a gradient. Maybe darkening the belt a bit to match. And then the jacket base we can keep as is. Okay. So let's fix up these weird jacket folds. Now, can I do a custom shape here? Polygon. Polyline. Dynamic brush. Shift mouse click ends the polyline. All right, let's see if we can sort of... Why is there such a big square? Oh. Don't like that. Paint layer. I am learning my way around Krita. I'm used to using Photoshop, but I want to use some actual open source stuff for this. So if can I create a vector layer? Cool. Jacket. What would we call this? Let's jacket fold. I'd say it. There is a bit of a curve to this first one, which I can do later. No, how do I... Maybe the polygon tool will do it. Let's just do it with a square and see how we... You know what? Let's do a new file. Custom document, yeah. Whatever. Alright. So if I create a vector layer, that's what calligraphy does. Okay. So if I create a square here, can I then modify this square? Aha, outline. Brush. I don't want brush. I want like pixels. Ooh. Brush editor. No. I'm not liking how the edges have opacity to them, even with radius of 1. This I'm confused by. So I think I need to select a different brush. If I select ink, or is there the equivalent of a pencil? I want a solid pencil. Square. Square pixel brush. Oh, perfect. So there's pixel art dithering, and pixel art fill. I think just pixel art will do here. It still didn't do what I was hoping. Preserve alpha. Choose brush preset. Mark it as a favorite. Because for circles, I can understand it being a little bit dithered. But I want a square to be a square and not 2 pixels wide. So how do I set... because you are currently set to... No. Right. I don't want rounding. Let's... Oh, the ratio sets. Okay. Cool. What if I do no outline? Does that give me a solid? It does. So why is outline rude? I'll just not use outline then. All right, so we need basically like a that. Cool. But we want foreground, no outline. Now, this shape, can I then modify it? Or am I stuck with it? Because I do like that it fades the edges. I don't like that Control Y is not redo. That repositions. That crops. Because if I'm on a vector layer, I want to be able to edit my vector. Oh. Either way, we know what we want to do here, so let's change our primary color here. We have our jacket fold. I'm wondering... Do I just kind of... Because I want to curve it in a way that works. So let's pop this here. It's not very close to the edge there, but it is a bit close to the edge here, so... So there's a gap at the bottom. We go pretty close to the edge here. Then a bit of an angle like this. That's way too high. I think... Am I starting too low? Should I be starting here instead? I think I should be starting here, and I should be going like that. And then I need to be a little more... I need this to practically be a triangle. And then... It's a bit of a... Did that again. Actually, if I redo that, but I change to foreground color and no outline. No. Alright. Well, I think I have the idea here. So I just need the actual brush to be the right color. Would be nice. No, I want this. Thank you. So we can hide you. Go back to the jacket fold. So we're starting up here. Going angled this way, that way, then kind of a little bit curved. Then we're going... I think my shirt needs to be straighter. Oops. Because I feel that curves out too much. So maybe let's correct the jacket first. Jacket base. All right. Let's give ourselves the other brush. That's why I have dither on a separate layer, because that'll actually look really good once it's applied, but we don't want it yet. So now we're going to switch to our little pencil. And realistically, we could probably even do a bit of that there. Yeah, that might work. There's probably a way for me to mirror this automatically. But for now, we're just gonna eyeball it. Because this kind of... It's straight lines. And then it goes pretty quickly to a... And realistically, a bit of his neck is visible on the front, which I only did like 1 pixel before, but maybe more of that. Let's see how that looks anyway. I think that's closer to what we want, but it's still not straight enough, so I actually might straight up delete you. And then instead just go all in on like there. Something like that. I think that's closer to what he's wearing. Yeah, I don't want to delete... Do I? Because it is pretty much a diagonal. Oh, this is where I don't like pixel art. I need to do a opacity 50 here. And just kind of... Why does that look weird? It really doesn't like transparent pixels. Yeah, that could work. The angle here is not quite right. Realistically, I need it to actually... end much sooner. But... it's not like it actually ends that far. And also... is that his neck? Should I be deleting this top layer as well? Yeah, okay. That one, and probably... yeah, because that... even that's technically his neck. Yeah, the more I stare at it, the more I need to raise it higher. Thing is, Minecraft heads are so large. They're like, how thick is the neck? Because the neck here is about the width of the head. But here, I want the neck to be, like, close to the eyeballs. Maybe if I do a 2 pixel jump instead of 1. So it's like this. You're here, then you're here, then you're here. Something like that. Or is that too much? Maybe one... two-step with a 50% pixel. So we need this one. And this one's going to be tricky. Can I toggle between opacities here? You know what? Let's just do this the easy way. And straight up. So what I'm thinking is, with our pencil, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. And then we can just straight up copy you 4 pixels. I only want the move tool. I know I want the move tool, but I want the clone and... None of the buttons that I expect to do the thing do the thing. Yeah, if I copy and paste, it just... Maybe Google will tell me. Do I want to duplicate the layer? No. Nope. Don't want to clone a layer. Move the current layer or selection by dragging the mouse. If you click, then press the Shift key, then move the layer. Nope. Move... Whole group, shortcut move distance, large move scale, show coordinates, constrained movement. Why is that a naked baby? This is what the Krita reference manual has. Why? Alright, we're just going to do this the lazy way. The repetitive way. The question is... Does that look okay? Whoa, that's not the size I want. Does that look closer? No, that's... It's a little too angled, so it needs to be 2. All right. If we do... The playlist is straight up ended. Okay. Let's just do the real soundtrack. It's better. Do I have it in my favorites? No, I don't. Silly, silly. This one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's closer. I would even go so far as to say it needs to be higher. Like there. And then just full solid here. Yeah, that's much closer to what it needs to be. In that case, we need 2 pixels solid here. And then a 50% opacity on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There needs to be a middle ground. But honestly, that'll do. And realistically, we can straight up just cut the shirt. The shirt white. Shirt white is up here. So I did this neck thing a while back for the villager, and it's not the right shape for this. And realistically, there is no white shirt around the neck. The jacket goes straight up there. So, we can just, I might delete the neck and just do it from scratch. So let's get rid of the hair, face, and head skin so that we can look straight down at the neck. So let's clear out part of the jacket head. Why? What are you? Oh, you're a weird neck piece. Oh, you're literally just labeled neck. Okay. Well, we'll get rid of the neck because that's not working. I don't know how wide you're meant to be. I'm assuming this wide. Can I not? I'd like to move you without... Or I can straight up just do this. So we're giving 1 pixel around the edge. Means we want to get rid of you. Not on neck, on jacket base. And I assume I did this in the middle. You're 9. You better be 9. 9 includes the thing? 8. Oh, I miscounted. 9 includes that guy. 9. Perfect. Okay, cool. So that is centered. So let's give this guy a bit of a neck. For a player template. Realistically, we don't want the jacket touching... here. Because the jacket doesn't touch the front. It's just the shirt. Then the shirt ends. So where's our shirt? Cool. Let's grab our shirt. It should just be solid white. Maybe not solid white. Maybe do... Hmm. We're not going to be able to see that, are we? No. Okay. Interesting. Oops. I want to get rid of the head skin. Oh. I've got shirt. Then, as part of head skin, we can just extend that down. Straight up here. Then we can put the jacket on. Yeah, 2 pixels on either side can be jacket. And that can just be neck skin. Cool. So we can just give you the neck. And then the jacket should cover jacket base. Two pixels on either side. Okay, now we can actually do the fold. Now, it's the same gold that's over here, so I can just yoink you from here. Cool. Edit shapes tool. Yeah, you're the edit shapes tool. Do you let me create shapes? Select shapes, edit shapes. Text tool, calligraphy. Polyline tool. What if I try the polyline tool? Does this... What if I straight up use this? Ah. No, I just wanted you to be fill and not outline. Every time. That looks pretty good. Hey, that came out nice. It's higher than I would like. And actually, I need to cut off some of the shirt at the top so that we can see his neck. Oh, that's really close, though. So now if I click on Edit Shapes. Aha! Okay. I figured it out. Good news. Okay. In that case, we have a working jacket fold. I wonder if I can clone that and just flip it on the other side. For now, let's just get rid of the shirt. I'm wondering if I want to get rid of it like 2 pixels, because that is how far the jacket goes. And whether I want to just... Two pixels there, 2 pixels there. Why did I not... Oh, that's right. It'll modify the gradient, but that's okay. Let's just undo my deletion here, because that should actually be there. And then do I want to... I think I do. I want to go 1 pixel in. want the head skin to fill in here. I need to learn the hotkeys for this because otherwise this might... That is closer to what we want. So now... the jacket goes too high. That's all right. We can fix that later. For now, I want to modify my jacket fold. Oh, this is going to be so much easier now that I can actually stretch and resize the tool. All right, so this starts below the shirt. So if I have this angle, and this actually goes further, do I actually want to be right on the edge here? Yes, I do. Cool. Oh, this is going to be so useful. Yeah, I need it to go as far as the shirt. But then do I want it... Because this goes a little sharper this way. It's more like that. I think I need a bit more of a curve on this, actually. Yeah, that looks really good. All right. So now if I duplicate this layer, how can I mirror this on the other side? Does this not have layer transform? Oh, right click. I'm an idiot. Hey Josh, you're right. I'm so dumb. Yep, that's totally it. All right. Perfect. Actually, what I might do is when I drag it, can I? Yes, I can. I want you to be right up against the edge. How are you? I hope you're well. All right. We did it. It does look a bit janky in View 3D, but that's okay. I'm very happy with that. Fair enough. I ate dinner before stream. I ate very early because I was like, I know I'm going to be streaming for a while because I'm very slow at this. The real question is, are these lined up? But glad to hear you're doing okay. I don't know whether I need these to be identical entirely, because this one does look lower. But I have a tool that lets me view the entities from the game, but it doesn't render them correctly. So here's one tool, and they both use the same model files. So I might just load up the model files, because I had them converted by a friend, and see how they load instead. But you can see here it's bugged, where it actually like shifts and moves around. So there's some Z fighting going on. And there's definitely a shirt under there. So I wonder if I can potentially, and like in here it does the same thing. So there's something funky there. But let me try, so this one is made up of models 215, which is the head. Models 246, which is also the head. Oh. Weird. That is a different color. What is that? Hang on. What have I done here? Can I open these in a... Oh. Yeah, those are the... Okay, so there's an underlayer to the jacket. Oh. Either that or it controls the color differently than I'm expecting. Why would you keep the rotation in the... Yeah, the bones are very interesting. Aha, okay, so the banker's pants are green by default and then they're just recolored. I've been good. Still working full-time at the same company I've been working at since 2017. Playing a lot of Overwatch, and that's about it, really. Took, not this past week, but the week before and the week before that, off work so that I could have a friend over during the first week before PAX, and then recover from PAX the week after. Unfortunately, I got sick after PAX, so most of my second week was being sick. And during that, my cat also got a UTI, so had to take her to the vet, get her on meds for a week to try and clear that up. She's still not back to normal. She's still only eating about once a day, so I'm keeping a very close eye on her. Other than that, life is mostly unchanged for me. And then, yeah, working on this side project very, very occasionally. I did, however, get some stuff working for it where I've got the AI set up. Let's see, is it this MP4? No, it's not. No. Aha, yes. No, that's the bugged AI. So that uses the citizen's AI and it bugs out. But here's the AI I've built to walk from tile to tile. And that's my life. How about you? The way this AI is supposed to work, and mine is very simplified and doesn't do it, is it's supposed to be a two-step process where it figures out the destination, which is the little flames, and then it should go, step one is walk to the next tile, or select the next tile which is closest, then walk to that tile, and just do that step by step by step. Mine just tells the AI, hey, you're here, the destination's there, good luck. Because I wanted something simple, and I wanted it to just work. Okay, so there's a reason why this combination of model bits are not working the way they're meant to. That is useful to know. Yeah. It's straight up just a Oh. Well, that's great news. I'm very glad to hear it. Would you say you're further or closer than before to me? I might have to message you. Because, like, we should hang out. It's been a while. Oh, no. Are you at least near a train station? Not saying which one. Because I now actually have a bus that goes from basically outside my door to the nearest train station. Now, to be fair, the nearest train station for me is a 20-minute walk. But if the weather's bad, I can actually take a bus. And that bus actually stops at 5 different train stations. 1, 2, 3, no, 4. Yes, we should talk. All right, so this is not gonna. Well, I do have an electric scooter for longer distances, so. All right, so this is not going to be useful. What I could try doing is I can try loading the GLTF in Blender and then just deleting the front of the jacket. Let's do a quick test. This might make my encoder angry, and if it does, I'm very annoyed. I might need to just switch away from H265. Hey, Jats. What am I doing? Side project. I am texturing. Oh, I deleted his face. Hold on. Hair, face, neck is empty. Okay, here we go. I'm texturing this man from RuneScape, and I think I'm pretty much done with this. I might make these longer because they look weird being this short. I'm so glad these worked out. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the sleeves, which no. Oh, that is the left sleeve. Oh, that's right. Silly Mojang. All right. Let's just yoink this one. And we'll straight up just fill an extra, because that's 4 pixels, maybe 3 pixels on top of that. I don't know. See how that looks. Brush. Does that look weird? Nah, that looks closer to it. Maybe even one more. I could also do like a lighter gray along the top there. Just to kind of... That might not work well with my dither though. We'll try it, but I'll first do... So that was 3 extra pixels. And this will be the right sleeve. Ooh. And how are you, Jats? How's your Saturday so far? And then what I'll do is I'll grab on one of the sleeves. I'll grab the current grey that's there. Lighten it slightly. Fair enough. Complicated WoW stuff or just the usual WoW stuff? I need to make this like light enough that it's noticeable. And 2 pixels will do, yeah. I appreciate that Overwatch stacks the weeklies so that you can just do them all in 1 week. I don't know that 2 pixels is enough. That's without the dither. Okay, it is noticeable. And it does look better. I also wonder if I should somehow darken... Alright. Let's quickly open that model in Blender and see how it turned out. We have to import. GLTF. Here. Downloads. Banker. And then that's good news. And I think there's a way to render it with textures. Yeah. Okay. So, sir, I need you. Can I delete? The mesh is just a full mesh. It's... damn. It's not broken into individual parts. This explains some things. Alright, if I bet if I delete this part of the mesh, it won't be happy with me. Because there's stuff under there, and I can see... Okay, if we just delete you... How does that turn out? Okay, that's good enough. That'll do what I'm curious about. That is the other thought. So what I might do is right now I have the bottom of the sleeves as part of the sleeves. Maybe I should do them as part of the hand. Because right now I just have the hand like this. And based on this, the two shapes... It is how I predicted, that it's like an angled thing. I've managed to cut out his torso, but it's fine. The bottom is angled, so I should be angling it. But I think... Let's do a quick little... From here to here. Here to here. So there is... I mean, it's supposed to look like the picture on the left. Because they combine models together. So there is a slight curve to this. It's not a straight line. Which is unexpected. I don't know if I can do not a straight line here. I could do a gradient that kind of... I'll probably leave it how it is for now. But yeah, these sleeves need to actually be sleeves. So let's do that. Because that'll look a little more accurate. We're going to delete... You're the right sleeve. I'm going to actually cut you. Which this is... 8 pixels. And then we want... for the left arm. How do I paste onto the current layer? Paste into active layer. Doesn't have a hotkey. Which genius decided that? Fair. Completely understandable. I would too. Whoop. That's not what I meant to do. Why is that a... Why can I grab it like that? I love this soundtrack. It's great. Oh, I straight up have a reference there. Cool. That is left arm. Cool. And then we will do the same on right arm. But it's going to be a guessing game. 6 pixels from the bottom. Left sleeve. So, by the way, this album is straight up on Spotify. It is called RuneScape Original Soundtrack Classics. They do also have an orchestral collection, and it sounds amazing. Okay, so left sleeve. Copy you from left sleeve. Then we're going to go right arm. Yeah. Paste into active layer. And then there's probably a hotkey that lets me... So far, there are a lot of hotkeys I'm expecting in Krita that don't exist or aren't mapped to something by default. Yes, please do. I'm such a fan of music, just in general. There's so much good music out there. And the thing that bugs me these days is that so much music is now like snippets of a song on TikTok, just enough to be viral, and then that's it. 5, 6, cool. So that should look a little less weird now. But now it just looks like a bracelet. So I might have to just continue it up. Sounds good, Jats. I don't know whether I want to actually continue the sleeve all the way up. It's technically, I think it does. No, it doesn't. Okay. Because I don't want it to show up as a bracelet. That is not ideal. If I resize this, cool. Oh, why can I do that? That's not... Why is that angled? There we go. Is that angled in the other direction? No, it's not. I'm just crazy. Okay. Oh, but, right. So if I... Oh. I'm just going to do this the lazy way and just go, hey, this will be 8 pixels tall. I don't trust the tools well enough. Oh, that's also the light gray. Ooh, do we want the light gray? I think we want the light grey. It's lighter here than it is here. Yeah, this color here is the same color as up here. Okay. Sweet. Left arm. And then we're going to fix the barbarian after this, because the poor guy had his arm and leg lost in the transition from zombie pigman to standard NPC. All right. That looks pretty good. I do need to also copy over this to this, which we can do because that's 2 pixels. Now you are left sleeve. Oh, I didn't know there were a lot of K-pop concerts in Australia. That's really cool. I see the appeal of K-pop. There are aspects of the songs that to me are bangers, but usually the overall flow isn't what my brain expects, and so I can't listen to a full song most of the time. The only K-pop I've actually like properly listened to was the one that was in the Overwatch main menu at one point, because of how much I play Overwatch. And I don't even remember the name of the K-pop group. The Seraphim. There you go. Yes. All right. I think our villager, our banker is done. I could technically do the ears, because poor guy's missing some ears. And actually, does he have eyebrows right now? His eyebrows are a different color. Do those count as eyebrows? Those are eyebrows, right? Why are they a different color? Or is it supposed to be his brow? I might just leave it. He's a very fashionable banker. Yes, I agree. Do I want to do the ears? I don't really feel like it. I might correct his hair up here a little, but that's about it, because I did break it at one point. That's his hair. Yeah, the album I've been listening to lately is... of course, the liked section doesn't actually have... there's an album called Airheaded by Emile Farron. She's a singer-songwriter that posts a lot on TikTok. She did a song called Unsweetened Lemonade back in the day. And I say back in the day, when was this? Popular releases? Last year. That got very popular. But that's the vibe I'm currently vibing with. Alright, so we have the hair color. Question is, how do we want to correct this? Because the hairline does go straight down and then goes up for the ear. So I could just... Whoop, that's not what I wanted. I could just do this for now. That might be good enough. Or I could do 2 pixels. I think this is the correct side. Yes, it is. Because their faces are very triangular. Very square along the top, and then not. I almost feel that I could do that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then did I just add an extra pixel here, or did I delete an extra pixel? I deleted an extra pixel. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit closer to what I want. What I might do, just to give him a less straight... is I'll do my little one pixel here. Now is that with the eyebrow lined up? Yes, it is. Hmm. The square face just makes it really difficult. All right. Let's save that. See how it looks in game, and then move on to fixing the poor barbarian. Assets. 07craft. Textures. Entity. Player. Wide. PNG. Banker.png. Yeah, that's fine. So glad I got this working. All right, and then while that loads, I'm going to see if I can... I don't remember if I need to... I think I just straight up open a Photoshop file here and then save it as a creator file. We're going to also get rid of here. All right, his sleeves are lighter colored. I think that turned out really well. Let's turn him around this way a little. I don't know what is up with my frame rate. No. Yeah. All right. There we go. I think that turned out really well. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing the ears. Yes. This is early days from a while back. I actually have a whole thing set up. So I have the Witch as a Dark Wizard. I have a Iron Golem as a Hill Giant. The poor Barbarian with a singular leg because the Zombie Pigman got removed in favor of the Piglins, which have a completely different model. There's a chicken, which works correctly. Actually, did I remember to... No, I did not. Hold on. We need to enable the dither. What are you unhappy with? Oh, I didn't finish opening the file. That's what you're complaining about. PSD's Zombie Pigman. Cool. There's the Barbarian. I'll fix that in a bit. What I actually need to do is with dither, I need to save this again. And why does it default to the folder that is not where I last saved? I will absolutely happily help set up a stream. I don't know how long I'm going to go for tonight either. Because I do want to potentially play a bit of Overwatch before the night ends. And I'm not sure if I'll do that on stream or not. I absolutely will help you. I will be free tomorrow evening and Monday evening and Thursday and Friday evening. So all of those are valid options for me. 07craft, textures, entity, player, wide, banker. All right. He looks good. I might have to lighten the color slightly. Yeah, Minecraft skins do not look good as like a solid color, and too many people just don't put... I think it's a 1% dither that I have on here. I don't remember. But like 1% is all you need for Minecraft. Or at least for this. Same goes for these blocks down here. I think these acacia blocks actually have a resolution that's, yeah, that's a little higher than everything else. Yeah, I think that worked out really well. I think I'll probably keep the gradient on the shirt, even though that's not how it is in the game, just to kind of give off that thing of difference, but I will probably lighten it slightly because it's a little too grey at the moment. But outside of that, this turned out great. All right. So let's fix up this poor barbarian. So the main changes for modern Minecraft skins is previously you could have one leg and one arm. True. But now you can actually texture each arm and leg separately. And they just kind of place them wherever they could fit them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the player template that I have here. Copy layer. Paste it on the zombie pigman layer. Edit. Paste. Yeah. And then I'd like to reload the player. How do I tell this one which tab to use? If I close you, ha, that's one way. But as a bare minimum, install OBS Studio. The latest is 3202 on macOS. I think it's still 3201 on Windows. And then I can walk you through the rest of it. We are going to need a reference image for the barbarian, which I believe is here. Now, actually, what I do want to do is in here. No, not here. Wrong one. It's in the map viewer. So I don't know if Streamlabs lets you, if they have a cloud sync for their stuff, but all of the Streamlabs stuff you can literally just add as a browser source in OBS. So it's fully compatible. Because Streamlabs used to be called Twitch Alerts, and they made things for XSplit and OBS back in the day. Now they just have their own version of OBS, but wow. The ID of Barbarian in 2004 was 12. I am expecting I will need the OSRS ones, which these days, the ID is not 12, but it is 10,985. All right. So let's see if this entity will be a little less janky. Oh, with the beard and everything. Okay. Why is it angled like that? Yeah. Well, so the project that I'm working on is based on 2007, but that is a different barbarian. But the NPCs didn't really change between 2004 and 2007. All right, well, if it's not that guy, it might be this one. Because I want to at least use the same reference guy. Do they all have the same base skin, just different headgear? That's a woman. That's a lady. All right, what if I just search for Barbarian? Barbarian Guard. Oh. This one called Confused Barbarian. That's a bit offensive. Lost Barbarian. The Lost Barbarian is wearing the same colors as the Confused Barbarian. He's got like claws on his thing. That's pretty cool. I assume there's some story where, you know, he got hit over the head and... So, the barbarian we want looks like this. There's definitely a beard. Without the horns is what I'm expecting. I think it's this guy. That looks to be our reference. So let's grab his number. Oh, interesting. That's Varroc's new look. May 2007. So there you go. Some of them were tweaked. So you are ID 3060. 3060. I will save that next to my barbarian definition here. So let's fix up his paw, arm and leg. 3060. And you are referenced to... So we've got reference front and back. But we're actually in luck because this time he's not bugged. And his clothes all match. So we can straight up just have this reference visible. Can I maybe collapse that bottom section so I get a bigger view? Yeah. Give me a taller canvas, please. Yeah, you. Your height is just 100%. You don't have a set height. You have a set width. Why are you lying to me? Right, there we go. Oh no. Shit. Alright, we're gonna fix this. Let's throw in our little... Yeah, right style for entity viewer beta. Then we're going to do hash main canvas. Right. 800 pixels, please. There we go. Whoa, bit laggy. That makes me happier. So now we have a nice little reference image. And we can pop that always on top. And then we don't need to have his reference there. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to fix up his leg. So we need where the pink one is his, no. Brown is the left leg. So what are you? You're straight up just everything in one layer. Good job. Oh no. Did I not save these as separate? What was I doing back then? I'm also going to widen the helmet bit because it definitely needs to be wider. Alright. So what are you? You are... Okay. Knee. We're going to break up some stuff here. Firstly, I'm going to get rid of this one. Because that's the goblin texture. We don't need that. Then, you are literally everything. So we're going to split you up. You're going to be arm. You are right arm. Cool. I'm going to get rid of... I'm going to hide the face and helmet for now, and the knee. Then we're going to grab... what are you? You're just a gradient. I don't know if a gradient is needed there. Also, why was my beard that I drew here so so weak compared to what he actually has? Why did I choose to offend him so? All right, so we've got the right arm. You're the left leg. No, right leg. So let's grab right leg here. Right? Yeah. Then let's do all of you. Label it head skin. Cool. And then this is just his shirt. Cool. Okay. Now we're going to duplicate his right leg. Name it left leg, not neft leg. And then we're going to move it to, I think down here? Yeah, down here. Whoop. Oh no, that's the outer leg. I need it here somewhere? Yeah. That's why we use reference images. How do I label my reference thing? Cool. Now his legs are actually in the right place. He has legs. Oh. Well, I can just flip those textures. But I'll do that after I do the arms, because the poor guy has no arms. Right arm. All right, duplicate. Left arm. Now, left arm is the green down here. And that aligns perfectly. It does. There we go. Now he's got his arm and his leg. There are actually more colors on his outfit than I expected. This is going to be really good. Because my original one was... my reference images were not very detailed. And... I don't know whether to keep, because... yeah, they are like bloody eyes. Or like face paint designed to look like bloody eyes. I think I did a good job. But I might tweak it slightly because it is less of a bloody and more of a... mine's a little too bloody. It should be more of like stripes. Is what I'm thinking. I also went with an angry face. Yeah, it's a bit much. And this is something I created like 10 years ago. And I haven't really touched it since. Oh, and I also need his knee to be duplicated as well. So let's give him matching kneecaps. I can always do this properly later. I don't like that I can't... That's the 2 zoom levels. Yeah, that's all touching one stripe. Cool. All right. Let's widen his helmet. Because the helmet stripe goes all the way... firstly, it goes all the way to the back, which I did not do. And it needs to be, like, double the width it is now. So, helmet doesn't have any filters. Great. No, that's the brown. I need the silver. Cool. I could straight up just do... Does it... How does it... Because that's his hair as well. His hair goes in front of the helmet. Alright, we'll just do a 4 wide thing along here. Then straight up. Brush all along. And then we need to figure out where the middle is here. If I know my things, it should be 32 by 32. Cool. So we want to go 16. So that'd be the middle. And we want to extend it out 2 more. I'm hoping that's the back, but I might be wrong here. It is none of them? Okay. That can't be right. That doesn't make any sense. I bet I had it right the first time. It's screwing with me. No, I didn't. Weird. Okay. Fine. Where's my scroll bar? Alright. You are 16, so we are doing from here to here. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I don't know if that's even wide enough. Because it goes from like his eyes. So I could even go one more. How does that look from the back? Also, his helmet isn't perfectly straight. And has his hair clipping through it. Which I don't think is intentional. Because it fixes itself sometimes. Okay, I think wider stripe will work. Let's also copy our dither layer. Open recent. Banker. PSD. Copy layer. I tried to put it at the top and it put it at the bottom. Yeah, the only downside of dither is you end up with a slightly darker texture. Which is probably fine. Just means I need to use lighter colored references. Okay. So let's widen this by 1 pixel. On the helmet. In each direction. Yeah, that's much closer. I like that. Okay. So now we have a helmet. Here's the tricky thing. His helmet doesn't actually go down to under his face, even though that's how I cut it out last time. It's a mix of his hair and his helmet. And because they're both brown, it's difficult to differentiate them. That's right, I'll fix that later. For now, let's do the rest of him. Because there's a lot wrong here. Firstly, let's fix up his pants. Because these need to be flipped. Now if I grab left leg, and I straight up transform. Why does this not have... Do I have to be here? Yeah. I'm thinking it needs to be more of an angle. But for now, let's just fix it so that he's not lopsided. And then we can experiment. Because his knees are definitely... The knee straps I'm thinking would be better as an upper layer. So what we can do here is if I grab your right knee, yeah? Right knee. Copy of knee is left knee. So if we grab his right knee, nope, his left knee, and instead of having it where it is now, instead straight up move it, nope, just his knee, please. We straight up just put it on the upper layer. That already looks better. I'm thinking I will have to move his right knee down. Nope. That is not the layer that I've selected, sir. Nope. Hello? Yeah, there it is. Okay. And I'll probably spend a bit more time on making that less weird. And I wonder if the straps should also... Because I'm trying to figure out how his pants are... Because none of that is skin. That's 3 layers of leather. He's got a waistband, 2 straps around his crotch, and then another thing going on with his legs. Ooh, what did I do there? How did I... That's not ideal. I've lost him. Hold on. Shit. It was 3308, right? No, 3060. Very strange that everything else persists. Including the camera positioning, but not the actual selected NPC. Has my citizen's bug report been ignored? It has. I am disappointed. Why is it stuck? This isn't complicated. Just load the file. I finished my tea. Okay. Hello, Mr. Barbarian. It's good to see you. wish I could toggle his weapon. Don't think I can. I can pause the animation at least, because that's distracting. All right. So I've done his knee straps. His boots do have straps. So maybe we should get whatever color that is, which looks to be the same color as his knee pads. So that makes it easy for me. So I already have that color. Although with dither... yeah, alright. I might just do a lighten filter under the dither. See how that turns out. So, on his boots, we will add one layer of... One layer? 2 pixels. Let's do 2 pixels. Now you are... left leg. Cool. And then we will do same thing on here. I'm okay doing only like 2 or 3 NPCs today, because I'm revisiting some old stuff. Or I might fix up the goblin's ears. That's an option. Alright, so I'm thinking we just fix up his pants entirely. Do whatever is going on here. So we have... Question becomes... do I do it... Where is his waist? His waist is here. In Minecraft, is the waist here? I'd say so. No, because the legs move here. So this is the crotch. So the waist would have to be up here. Just before the arms, which would match up with what we're looking at here. Where the top of the wrist tattoos, which are pretty long here, to be honest. The bicep here is much shorter. I've got, and I'd actually even thicken these and space them out a bit, because they are too high up. They need to be, the first one needs to be lower, and the second one needs to be lower. So maybe let's fix that up first. Okay. It would help if I actually had the right layer selected. Right arm, okay. So I'm thinking 1, 2, 3 steps down. And then this one could also go another 1, 2. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. And then I'll straight up just copy the changes here into the other one. So let's grab the skin color. Which, realistically, can I... That's green. If I grab you, are you a different color than what I've used? You're lighter. Okay, good to know. Yeah, there's definitely a... Mine is a little more pinkish. And then I'd go even further and thicken this up. I'm going to grab the red from here. I'm much happier with that. And I'd even extend this one another 2 pixels, I think. Is 2 pixels enough? Maybe I should go 3. Automod held that message. For reason aggression, apparently it selected I'll hit you. Good job, Automod. You did a great job. No worries. It was good catching up with you as well. Enjoy dinner. I'll probably still be here, to be honest. And if I'm not here doing textures, I might be on Overwatch. But I'm thinking textures. I want to get at least the Barbarian finished, which has a few more layers than I was expecting. And maybe fix up the Goblin. We'll see. Yeah, I agree. I'm making I'm very glad I now have tools like this one that allow me to actually see the reference in detail, because this is... Or is it? This reference is not particularly useful. It does have all the bits, but it's nice being able to actually zoom in, because knowing that these two are the same thickness is better than whatever the hell is going on here. Yeah, I'm thinking 1 more pixel on this guy. That's much better. Okay. I'm straight up just going to copy these arms. I'm used to grabbing anywhere within the pixel. Edit, paste into active layer. Oh, no, That's so much better. Much closer to what we're aiming for here. All right. Because they're tattoos and not bracelets, I'm okay keeping them on the bottom layer. Just going to reply to a friend. Okay, so now we have the arms done, the head, the helmet's done. I'm thinking we do a bit on the legs. Because I think... I don't actually know if this is supposed to be a line. The shirt's supposed to be one, two, three, four, 5 different components. Do I crop top him? I'm strongly considering a crop top style thing here. Because it might help me visualize this a bit. I'm thinking I'll do a skin-colored bottom shirt layer. Then I'll do a jacket that is the armor up to here. See how that looks. Proper crop top. And adapt from there. Because I don't want it to... What are you? Yeah, I don't think I need to keep these. There isn't really gradient there. Helmet. Headskin shirt. So I'm going to quickly fix up the hole in the shirt. Pencil. Wow, that worked out really well. Okay, skin. We're gonna hide the shirt. Label it Legacy. Not Legacy, Legacy. Paint layer. So we're straight up going to just go from here. No, from here. I'm just going to select the damn layer. It'll be faster. All right. Now he's shirtless. Now we do the shirt. Now, realistically, this is the base color. Why doesn't this preview your... Let's use the ShareX color picker. There are things I like about it. Yeah, there are darker sections. So I'll choose the lightest of them, because we know the color's going to get darkened by the dither. Cool. And this one does have visible neck as well, which Minecraft does not do. That's okay. So we're going to do chest plate. And then we're going to go... maybe a few pixels from the top to about crop top height. Mm-hmm. And then, interestingly, there's a... So all the interesting stuff happens on the front. The sides and back just have pretty straightforward stuff. Mostly the straps. So we can do the easy straps first. With this lighting, I can't tell if it's the same color as... So I'm just gonna yoink the color of the boots. And we can always tweak it later. But it does look to be the same color as the boots. Right? No, it's not. It's... I think these on the legs here are actually too dark. And that's without the dither. So I'm actually going to fetch this color fresh from here. Because we know this, and down here are all the same color. So... it wraps around the side at a angle. I'm going to have to hide the arms. Because I need him to... I don't know if that crop top's long enough. I might have to lengthen by a pixel, but I'll do that later. So... I'm saying it a lot. Alright, let's just freehand... I think this is the right side. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's just freehand it slightly and see how it looks. And then I can tweak it later. Is that... No, because there's 2 layers there. So I definitely need to go lower here. I need to start here. Then go like that. So it needs to be... How does that look? Because on the back, it kind of rejoins. I think I've got the angle a little too curved here. Okay, so we're going to duplicate that layer. Yeah, I think that'll work. Alright. So now we have a baseline of how we want to do it. Just going to fix this up. Does this have a hotkey? Swap background and foreground, because realistically I could have this one as the background. Reader swap, background and foreground color. It's the default hotkey, X. That's what it does. Excellent. Cool. So, I'm thinking, I'm thinking as low as that, because it needs to go up at the back. And then I need the middle of the chest. Middle of the chest is here. Is that the middle? It looks like the middle. But I need it to be angled all the way through. That actually doesn't look too bad, but it has to get thinner about here. I don't know if I need to curve it. What I should do is new vector layer. And rather than doing this pixel by pixel, just let the vector figure it out for me. How did I do it last time? Polyline tool. Alright, so we're going to straight up, go down to here, straight up to here, back down. And then a U1, kind of do that. Oh no, it did the thing. Fill, foreground color. No, it didn't do the thing. Redo. Cool. So we're going to get rid of copy of chest plate. Chest plate is going to be all... Actually, while we're here, we're going to extend the chest plate by a pixel. Because I expect I will need to. For my 2 pixels. Yeah, you can straight up see just how far the chest plate extends. Now, the other aspect of this, the other possibility is that rather than doing this as the skin, I could do it as armor. The challenge with that is armor will have to be something players wear as well. And I don't know if you can wear barbarian armor. So for now, I'd rather just do these as part of the skin. And I can always change my mind later. All right. I don't like... mirrored layer. I don't want to mirror a layer. I want mirror... No. I want to draw mirrored. Well, the mirror tool copies the results to the other side. Okay, so there are mirror tools. Yeah, this guy here. Horizontal mirror tool. Cool. How do I draw... Where's my mirror line? So why do I not see a mirrored view? Does it not work with vectors? Doesn't work with that. All right, well, I feel like we need... Because it's pretty chunky on the corner here, right? And we do want to keep that chunkiness. There's also way more of an angle. Yeah, I need this to be a lot more diagonal. So I think I have to just keep pulling this down until I feel comfortable with it. That's closer to what I want. I guess. Okay. That looks fine. And realistically, what I want to do is straight up a yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah. Can I do a mirrored vector? Right click, transform and mirror. Whoop. So if I have you, right click. This doesn't have what I'm looking for. I think that worked pretty well. His chest is going to be very high up. I am thinking, though, that maybe... Yeah. The way I'd do this is I'd actually move this up here. Because it's more of a... That feels more accurate to me. Yeah, that's much better. I'd even move this slightly up. That I like. Alright, now we're going to duplicate that layer. Mirror it horizontally. Move it to... there. Cool. And then the chest plate, which I think... Or the top part, which I think is actually the same color. So that makes it easy. And that one we could straight up just do a rectangle. Could do a rectangle. But like the chest plate isn't straight as well. It's... I almost feel I need to squash the width of this at some point. If I do a... Can I do a rectangle? Foreground color, no outline, yes. Width 32, it's too wide. You want 28. Cool. I'd like to reposition you. I think 32 ended up being correct. Oh. Yeah, as expected, it's too short. That's all right. What we'll do is we'll put our rectangle here, then resize it to actually be down to here. Down to there. What I do want to also check is the width from here to here. Is that the middle? Sort of. It's about a pixel off. Or half a pixel off. That's alright. And then I'll quickly attach the back here, which will also be a mirrored thing. I do wish I could tweak the lighting on this. I don't think I can. Is there a camera? Camera. Camera field of view. No, I can't change brightness. Okay. We're just gonna have to wing it. Let's make sure we're using the correct foreground color. And we straight up just want to... Straight up just want to do that. Hello, hello. Pinoy Lucid, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Not much happening here, just texturing. Do I need to just set this to be 1 pixel further? Is that my mistake? Is that the right one? Yes, I am recreating the barbarian as a Minecraft texture. So there's the guy at the moment. Let me return his arms so that you can get the full picture. There we go. So I'm currently just finishing off his chest plate, and then I'll do whatever the pants situation is. Yeah, I'm happy with it. Right now it's a bit of a crop top, which is not intentional. It is incomplete. But I'm having trouble. I think I need to shorten the circle here. And lower the pecs. Because right now they're a bit high up. They do end almost at the same location. I don't play as much old school RuneScape as I have in the past. I am working on a RuneScape in Minecraft project where we are recreating the game. We started 10 years ago, took a multi-year break, and it's a side project, so it's not like high priority, it's not high detail. So will the resource pack work? If I tell it not to load the server pack, this should work. The eventual goal is a playable free-to-play area with all the quests and skills. It's based on the October 2007 build. So we have even like models and stuff here. Actually, I am in adventure, right? Yeah. So we've got like, I apologize for the frame rate. I don't know why it's behaving like that. But this is the initial building for the tutorial. And actually, you know what? I'm just going to give myself fly. So there's Tutorial Island. Most of the free-to-play area is built. There are a couple buildings that need a bit of work. The landscape was done using a height map. A few of the buildings need to be corrected slightly. These outlines help do that. There's Alcarad. And you can see even the mountains in the background. They are a bit flat because that's what the height map gave us, but we might kind of spruce them up a bit. I've manually placed where all the trees are going to be. And I believe that building's missing a roof. Go to Varrock. And yeah, now that most of the building is done, I've started work on all the other aspects. One of which was I now have NPCs that can actually roam around the way they do in RuneScape. Generally the way an NPC moves in RuneScape. Oh, and while the build we're working on is based on pre-Grand Exchange, it'd be weird to play RuneScape these days without the Grand Exchange, so we have that in there as well. Generally, NPCs in RuneScape wander around 5 tiles. So I've built that capability as of this week. So now I can actually have an NPC that walks around. So as part of that, I'm like, okay, well, now that I have NPCs that can walk, let's make them actually textured. And I'd previously started on it. Why is the texture weird here? Why is the gradient sideways? How did I manage to screw that up? Yeah, we need to finish the roof on White Knight's Castle. We can see even all the footpaths are where they should be. The volcano is even colored correctly. Go over here. So you can see it's like a grey-brown in some areas. No, just grey. It doesn't have any lava. Could probably be fixed. Same goes here. It was mostly me. There are a couple other people that have helped, primarily around building. I'm the only one doing all the programming and the texturing at the moment. And you can see right now, most of the textures aren't done, especially for buildings. Even the water texture, that one's going to be a tricky one. And then I'm trying to decide how I want to do the darkness in Draenor. Because in the past I did it as just using the end biome, which then darkens the sky. But what I might actually do, what might be more interesting, is using the Warden. Actually, let's spawn a warden and see what the radius is. That sounds like fun. Front door. Do I have a summon warden? Summon mob. Yeah, the initial like spike of when we worked on it was only about 2 or 3 years. We haven't really done that much in the more recent years in terms of building and all of that. Okay. Warden properties. Let's leave him glowing, silent, persistent with no AI. And that way I can delete him later. Let's just spawn him right here. Oh, I can't because the... What's the difficulty set to? It's peaceful. Okay. So hang on, if I have... Because I've got a bunch of different mobs here that I've spawned. No, I was never... at the time, I was in primary school. So I wasn't very closely... Okay, it's not the warden that darkens it. Which entity is it that darkens it? Oh, it's the wither! Not the warden. Right. So if I spawn a wither... then it does darken the sky. Ah, yeah. Gotcha. Sword. And let's just enable one hit kill. So I could do something like that. That could work really well. I just need to figure out... What did I set the difficulty to in here? It is currently almost 9 PM. Difficulty is easy in here. Okay. Peaceful here. I don't know how I set... Yes, I am. Alright. Well, let's just set the difficulty to easy and then summon the... Not the warden. The wither. Nope, that still didn't work. Okay. I'll have to fix that later. Because I definitely want to experiment with that. I am, yes. No, I want to stay in adventure, but I want fly. I forgot we turn off fly when switching worlds. So yeah, that's the above ground stuff. What I'm really excited by is our underground. So if I go to Tutorial Island. Oh, I haven't. I haven't adapted this to 3 pixel tall. I might have to go into creative for this, actually. All right. If I go down here. And then we go into video settings. Brightness should be... I don't remember if we recommended... What did we recommend? 50%. Yeah. So the way the caves work is you're not supposed to be able to see the ceiling because it's just dark enough up there, but you should be able to see everything on the ground. So 50% might even be a little too bright. And actually, a similar thing can be done in Varrock. Not that way, this way. We go down in the cave here. Yeah, the hole is not where it's meant to be. All right, so if I run through here, let's see if I remember the directions. Yes, I do. Hell yeah. All right. No, do I? It's through here, isn't it? Yep, then down this. My inspiration, back in the day, in 2014, there was a server called RuneScape. I ended up being part of the moderation team. And I thought it was a really fun idea. And then it got shut down, or it shut down. And I thought, hey, what if I do it my way, the way I would do it, which is proper code rather than it was done using a plugin called Script. Plus, I love recreating things in a new medium. Okay, I am mildly lost. I thought I knew where I was going, but what we can do instead is if I go to... Do I not have a barbarian village warp? That's silly of me. All right. Actually, do I have a Edgeville warp? I do. Why didn't I just use that? So if we go down the cave here, which I think the hole for this is wrong too. Was it this? Hang on. Let's just go with, not adventure. Spectator, because what I'm actually looking for is this ladder. That's what I was looking for. All right. We go here. And we go down this ladder. No worries. Definitely go to sleep. You should not be awake at this hour. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. Yep, so this is where the hill giants are. And you can see this is before I've actually changed all the sides to be all dirt. But that is the plan, and that way you won't be able to see the ceiling. It'll look more like that, which I think looks really cool. But yeah, good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I hope you sleep well. Alright, I'm going to go back to here. I might even load in the updated barbarian texture and see how it looks on a real character. And then I can finish off whatever's going on down on the stomach. So let's save this. I forgot how good this song is. Textures, entity. Appreciate it. Wide, PNG. PNG. And then we want barbarian.png. I hope I don't have anything missing. So now he will have his other leg. There we go. Oh, he looks good. Yeah, definitely. I could even move the stripes a little lower. Because that's supposed to be his chest. So I could shift the whole thing down. Probably about 3 pixels. Yeah. Oh, and we can turn the banker to face me again. Yeah. I'm definitely thinking this circle can be smaller. That would probably be how I'd do it. The wider silver part on the helmet was a very good idea, though. I'm happy with how that turned out. Now let's finish this back piece. Because that's the only thing left. Alright. Now, why is it like this? Let's delete this one. This is the real one. Let's... I don't like that this doesn't snap to pixels. Like, I get it's a vector. But why... Did I not make this a proper vector? The vector layer. Did I screw this up somehow? Or is it just being weird? Nope, there we go. Cool. Right. I need to snap this to the edges there. And then I'm straight up just gonna... Is this the right number of pixels? It is. Okay. I don't know that it needs to be that thick. So I could straight up do that. Because like you're not going to notice the way it's connecting to the armor here because it's not visible. Unless he's holding a sword. Also, why does this look uneven when it's literally just the same mirrored thing? Brain's funny. All right. Now that we actually have the right size, let's duplicate this. Move it. Oh, no. I literally have the current layer selected. Why are you letting me move everything? Okay. Then if I put you here... Let's get rid of dither for now. So I'm not crazy. Yeah, that's what it should look like. It's too thick, isn't it? Yeah. It just looks flat. I might leave it as is. I wish I could mirror vectors, but that's all right. All right, let's do the crotch. And then we can fix up whatever the hell is happening with this circle. Because this circle... looks really weird. Yep. Welcome to crotch time. I assume you've worked with Krita. Is there a way to mirror a vector without having two copies of the vector? Because I want to be able to reshape both sides at the same time, rather than having just a freeform thing. All right. We'll do it on the shirt layer. We can also pop this back on top. Yeah, basically what I've done is say this circle here is 2 separate vectors. Yeah, so there's half because I want both sides to be identical. Right, but then if I want to modify one side, I'm not a Photoshop guy because I don't do art often enough, so I don't want to pay for a subscription, and I don't feel comfortable using a very old Photoshop version. Plus, open source is cooler. And so far, there are tools in this that I really like the tile mode for making textures. So if I merge these, so merge with layer below. Right. Then if I go to edit the shape, there are 2 shapes. Can I link this triangle with this triangle so that when oh, I can. Interesting. Okay. But it's not mirrored. It's linked. Do you see the problem? I'll probably keep that as one layer anyway, just so that... There are symmetry tools. So like there's a horizontal mirror tool where you can kind of... But that doesn't work for vectors. So I'll have to do some digging later. Let's merge with layer below. So that covers that. And then we have you and you. Merge with layer below. Yeah. Do those look like different colors? That's fine though, actually. That does work. In context. Because either way, I'm going to have to lower the pecs. Because right now, they're pretty high up. Ah, that's true. Where did I put... Yeah, those are the same color. That's strange. Is it maybe that this is it, or is it my screen? Nope, those are the same color too. All right. It could just be because the edges are softer. It is a bit thick compared to the rest of it, so I'll need to thin this a bit to make it closer to what this looks like. But let's figure out this crotch area. Now, I've extended the shirt a little bit because previously I had it closer to the top of the arms. So that, like, at this angle, you can see they're basically connected. So I've extended it past the arm there. I haven't looked at Cobblemon. I do currently run a Pixelmon server. That you're welcome to join if you'd like. Message me and I'll give you the IP. A friend of mine recently was like, I want to play Pixelmon. And I was like, sure, I can start up a server for you. And the 3 of us have been playing on and off. We played a fair bit during the first week and then haven't really touched it since. I'm hoping we find time to to rejoin and do it again. Of course, it decided to freeze. But after we started playing, I spotted that Cobblemon seems to be the more popular one at the moment. But we've already started on Pixelmon, and I don't really want to start again. Here we go. Let me just sleep here. Oh, I'm going to have to switch out of borderless full screen because you can't see my Pokemon here. And my face is going to cover them up anyway, so let's push this way. There's my current list. Not particularly high leveled. I am entirely surprised I managed to catch the Flittle. My house is a box, but it does have a mailbox. And I do have a little seating area here. Whoop. And then I'm currently building out the underground here. So I ran out of quartz. And I have a rudimentary storage area here, which I'm surprised how quickly my brain has managed to go, oh, coal is up here, wood is over here, nether stuff is over here, seeds are down here. Like, I just placed the chests and went, hey, this is what I need. Like food, redstone and stuff, precious, stones and things are here. The really disappointing thing is I got a backpack, which allows me to store like berries and Pokeballs that I could put into my chest slot. But I was mining in the nether and I mined up and basically submerged myself in lava and died with the backpack. It was a while ago. I haven't found a backpack like it since. Yeah, it was very embarrassing. But after all the exploring we've done on this world, we did find, because there are towns. So if we go over here, this is the spawn village, and it has a Pokemon Center. It has a mart. It even has a daycare over here. And these small ones have basically like a training gym. So there's a level 25, a level 35, and a level 45. And it has like a little fun thing underground. But after all the exploring, we found an actual city, which has a proper gym, which then has a additional little village attached to it. But if you look here, is that going to let me teleport there? Yeah, it is. So this is a proper like gym. So this one is a gym veteran. Gym trainers on either side, and then gym leader up here. And it has all sorts of buildings throughout. But I'm surprised just how spaced out they are, because I'm currently at X157, Z1300, right? My house is -500, -580. So like almost 2,000 blocks away is the nearest gym. And I assume there's more than one in our world. That's about 2,000 blocks. And that feels like a very, very long distance to have to walk. Maybe that's just me. All right, let's do this thing. I feel like I'm delaying the inevitable. So yeah, if you'd like to play on that server and you're not already playing Cobblemon, I'll also send you which version you need and the IP address. All right, so we're going to do this the crotch piece itself is a subtly different color to the chest plate, this section, and the legs, which is strange to me. I also don't understand why it is the way it is. So I'm thinking, there's the body layer. We're going to add a new vector layer. We're going to reuse the coloring of this guy because that is the same color, I think. And like I could literally just use the line tool and go, ah, yes. From there to there. Why is the line tool behaving different? I don't... It's 1 pixel wide. Why is it giving me stuff around the edges? Do I straight up just add a... Because either way, this bit exists, right? So what if I start with that? Just do a little rectangle from here to, I guess, all the way around? That's not low enough. This is going to be a problem. So, about here. And honestly, I might make it slightly thinner. Because I don't have as many pixels to work with here. It's 4 pixels. Do I want to do 3 maybe? Oh, the album finished. All right, let's do the orchestral. Maybe. The question becomes... It is thicker on the sides. So if that's 3, I assume I'm going to have to do another 3 here. I'm not giving myself a lot of room here, hey? Like I could... If I... If I grab this guy... Is that visible? It is. But This doesn't have to be 3. It can be 2. Because the 3 is just so that you can't... And realistically, what I should do is I should make this 5. So it doesn't go. Does this work the same way as... No, it doesn't. Photoshop lets you click in one spot, then hold shift and click somewhere else. And it kind of just draws a line from point to point. Probably a way to do it here, but... Whoop. Okay, so 2 pixels. So let's do the same on... Whoa! It zoomed. Do 2 pixels on the other side. And the back also has the... Okay, that'll just be moved. Fine. Nope, that is not the side. Okay. Why is that not the side? Why is that the back? So I have to figure out where the... Okay. Where does the side begin? Not there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm legitimately thinking I'll just draw this by hand. Little freehand job. Like that. That is not the right angle. I think it needs to be... 3 blocks? That's the middle. Alternatively, I start here. With a 2. I don't like how that corner looks. So what if I do 1 and then 2? Because that does reach the middle. Something like that. And then what we could do That kind of works. It's not as thick. And then I'll just copy that to the back. And I'll probably tweak it over time. I might switch to the line capability once I better understand. Paste into active layer. See, why is that off center? What have I done there? Yeah, that's off center. Are you off center? Oh. Mm-hmm. That's why. So it might be okay, actually. Whoop. No, I need to include that top piece. No. I wanted to delete 1 pixel, not the entire drawing. Because then what I can do here is pencil. Then 50%. I could straight up do that. How does that look? It looks too thin. It needs to be 2 pixels. That looks better. I'm much happier with that. Okay. Next. Next, what I need is 2 different colors. So, I'm actually just gonna... Because realistically, I only need to build this once and then I can clone it to the other... to the back. And this is why I chose 32 instead of 16, which is the default Minecraft skin resolution. Because yes, old school RuneScape wasn't high res, but it was voxel based rather than block and, well, no, not voxel based. It was not voxel based. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, not again. What are you doing? How did I do this again? Now it's upside down. Alright. It's a different color. So we're just going to grab the color. Then we're just going to brush it in there. Not at 50%. We need it at 100. I forgot one square. All right. And then it needs to be all of this. You know, I took a nap before stream, hoping it would make it so that my eyes could handle staring at pixels. I was wrong. What are we at? 9:30? Yeah. Right. So. Let's do the lightest portion here, which is about there. It is a different shade of brown. Whoop, I missed a spot. The only spot I missed it is. Even though they're technically two different browns, they don't look it. Hmm. Hmm. Does it look better if I... Nope. I need you to be 50%, please. Does it look better like this or not? Sort of? It looks better like that. I feel like there needs to be more of a contrast in those two browns. How does it look with dithering? Yeah. I wonder if that's just because of how it's rendered in this tool. Let's get rid of you. Leg. Yeah, that needs to be smaller. All right, and then right leg is over here. There is the weird, like, stripe along the bottom. I'm wondering whether that... Because I think I did this all the way to the bottom, right? Yeah. So I could theoretically use this color here to just draw a line all the way around the bottom, like single pixel. Because I don't fully understand the leg situation here. Oops. Because I don't want it to stand out. But it does exist. So I think 1 pixel should do the trick. And it should practically disappear when the character's walking anyway. Okay, that looks really good. I'm very happy with how that turned out. Yeah. I still need to iron out the belly, and the knee pads need work. Because they're a bit terrible at the moment. But with dithering and the guy's arms, this turned out really well. I'm happy with that. It's going to fix up the goblin, but I don't have the energy. I've only been live, what, 3.5 hours? Yeah, that poor chest plate really needs... I think I'm just going to shrink the circle, which will allow me to move everything else down. I think that's our best bet. Because it's less of a oval, which is what I've done, and it's rounder. So I think if I shrink that circle down, it'll look less weird. Because, yeah, it basically touches the edges, but not really, so I could... Yeah. Alright, let's save that as the new barbarian image and see how it turns out. Hey, I actually remembered where I wanted to save it. That's the old texture. Mm-hmm. That turned out really nice. Yeah, you can barely see the line above, and you can just see the line below. That's going to look really good. Should we make the barbarian walk around a bit and see how he looks? Let's have a few barbarians walking around. I might even give them a iron sword. I don't know where the spawns are for the barbarians, but that's okay. Create barbarian. Named barbarian with a wander range of 5. So we're going to have one walking around here. One walking around here. Yeah. And one walking around here, probably. Yeah. Here for safe measure. You know, I didn't test if the spawn point was lower. I wonder if it tells it to go here if he'll try and walk around. actually know how many barbarians normally walk around here. Let's stop the server. Let's disable debug and bump up the frequency at which they roam. So we're going to do probability 360 and debug false. And that way we can just have them walk around in a realistic, frequent manner. And we won't have the cubes. We can get this here. Oh, I forgot to give them swords. Oh no. Get entity is null. You're supposed to check. Why am I getting the location before I know whether it's a real entity? And realistically, I should be getting the NPC stored location. That would be the more useful information here. Yeah. Damn. I've broken something that doesn't allow me to loop through these properly. Or modify the plugin in real time. It happened around the time I added all the... I think it's when I added the static import. I have a feeling that's causing weirdness. Location is null. Okay. Fine. NPC select. Range 3. NPC, how do I... Mannequin? Main hand? Left? No. Item? Alright, how do I... Is it under equipment? Cannot invoke get item in hand because equip is null. Because I didn't specify a thing? Citizen set main hand. What's the... Yeah. Add... Command add replace item. God, AI answers in Google searches do not help. NPC equip. Toggle the equipment editor. Okay. Hold. Hand. So make the command run on left click. Execute triggers a command if a player clicked the NPC. No, I simply want to set their primary item. Slot. Inventory. Slot 0. Iron sword. I don't think I can equip a weapon using citizens. Alright. Let's do this differently. On spawn. Get NPC dot get entity. Set item. No, what if we just do mannequin straight up? If get NPC dot get entity instance of mannequin e dot set get equip. If they're a mannequin, get the entity and set their main. Cool. Let's see if that works. Because as far as I know, all NPCs in RuneScape are right-handed. So for a quick test, putting a weapon in their main hand is probably fine. Because... Right. So if get equipment is null, Spigot get equipment. Cool. What to do when you get a null? Always check if it's null. But equipment is null. How do I give them a sword? Get equipment returns null for entities that can't display any equipment. But it's a mannequin. Alright. GitHub.com. What I'm going to do is see what other people have done. Entity equip. Codes. Can I initialize a new entity equipment? No, I can't. I'm confused. But anyway, this is pretty cool. Let me try spawning a mannequin using standard vanilla stuff and see how it behaves. Mannequin profile. Right. Main hand, default. Advanced options, texture cape model. Try the mannequin visual pattern selector. Yeah. Properties, items. Main hand, item ID. Iron, sword. Yeah, there's a mannequin holding a sword. Oh no. Can't kill him. Oh no, I can kill him. I just need to use an actual sword. So, why? That music is really loud, isn't it? I think it was this guy. Oh no. I made him look at me and now he's looking up. Yes, they live, but I can't give them weapons. Even though they're supposed to have weapons. Because I can open their inventory. So if I select this guy, 186. I open his inventory. I've given him a sword. But if I try to move that sword around, it yells at me saying that he doesn't have an inventory. He doesn't have a main hand. Equipment is null. I think that's a bug with bucket, potentially. I'm going to just ask in the Spigot channel. A map of slots to item stacks representing the equipment. Right. Gets all item stacks from the armor slots. Get a copy of the boots. 182 to 186. So why does mine fail? Because location is null. It's not ideal. Why would location be null? I think if I can't get this to work, I'll end it here because honestly, I am tired. I will save this as a creator file though, so that I have the layers and dither and stuff for later. I'll just pop it in the PSDs folder. Oh, I think it got into an endless loop. Still don't know why that happens. Do I need to manually set which hand is their main? Mannequins are new enough that I'm expecting bugs. That's the general situation here. So which one? There's a banker 161 at an unknown location. Right, because the world is not loaded. That's why. Barbarian holding, not available. See, this is where it's interesting, right? Mannequins are supposed to work like players, which is they have hands and they can hold things. But get equipment returns null, whereas if I do the Dark Wizard, which is 176, which is a witch, you can see that they're holding air and air, which means they actually have an equipment slot for their primary hand. So I think it's just a thing missing in the API. Man, this looks so good, doesn't it? Barbarians just walking around Barbarian Village. That NPC on the top left seems a little confused. What is that teleportation I keep seeing? Something just teleported through here. It's not the first time I saw it either. I'll have to watch the VOD later. Also, even with a server restart, the way the Barbarian is looking has not been corrected. So I'll need to make sure on respawn that they look forward. Because they're designed to look at the player when the player attacks them. Or if you interact with a banker. So the banker looks at you rather than just straight in the middle of nowhere. Although technically, do they actually turn to look at you? Like I'm talking NPCs that specifically you can interact with, like the shopkeepers. Or do they just stop in their tracks? What was the clear chat button? D. Strange button for clearing chat, but okay. I am actually going to be right back. Okay. Oh, I have to log into the Jagex launcher from scratch. It's not very nice. And authentication. Authenticator. I'm assuming that one. Whoop. All right. Well, I'm going to take a look at the shopkeepers and then end stream there because I don't think I'm going to be able to fix mannequins until a new spigot build. Actually, let's check if we're running latest. I'm 8 versions behind. So let's actually... Let's rebuild Spigot. Which are we running? 1.21.9. Because maybe they fixed it and I'm just running an old version. Yeah, 8 is still 9. Sorry, 8 is still the stable version. 9 is still the experimental. Alright, Runelight, show me what you got. While we build Spigot down here. Alright, so if I stand next to this guy and say hi to him, he does turn to face me. Yeah, cool. Alright. What I might do is when they turn to face you, hard code. Hard code the pitch. Yeah. That way they won't look up or down. They'll just face in your direction. Which is how that works. Cool. So yeah, if I stand behind him and talk to him. Oh, he does turn around to talk to me. Cool. Yeah. If I'm in a diagonal, he does continue looking at me. Interesting. And then he goes back to his loop eventually. Interesting, interesting. Cool. That's all I wanted to know. Well, let's spigot build. We'll try setting equipment. Yep. I've been informed. Update spigot. That is the fix. Was fixed on the 13th. How old was my spigot build? Yeah, I built on the 10th. They fixed it on the 13th. It is today is the 25th. So that's my fault. All right. Always update your stuff, ladies and gents. You don't want to be running on something too old too long. Mannequins do not have swords, but... Well, that didn't fix it. Can it? Because equip is null. Something's fishy here. No, what I should do is verify that I'm actually running the latest spigot. I wonder if I have to destroy and recreate the NPC for their equipment to be fixed. I could verify that with my NPC info command. Nope. I am still 8 versions behind. How am I running the wrong spigot jar? Tasks. Spigot. Oh, because I built 121.10. That'd do it. Then let's rerun build tools with 121.9. So that doesn't make sense. I did tell it to build 9. I probably just need to update build tools. I don't think it updates itself. Of course there's a new API version. Yeah! There we go. This one's having some trouble, but we did it. We have barbarians with swords. And they look like RuneScape barbarians. I think that turned out really well. So now, if I get rid of this code, are they going to remember I told them to spawn with swords? Saves. Sword. They did not. Okay. Actually, I don't think I selected 121.9. I think I actually selected latest, which gave me 10. So I'm actually going to manually tell it to build me 9. But I'm surprised. No, I told it to build 9. Weird. Because experimental labels it experimental. All right. Oh, man. I really wish this screen had a reconnect button or a retry button. The amount of times I've disconnected because I'm restarting the server and had to go back, play. Oh. Okay. So now if I select the nearest... and give him a sword. Yeah, that works. Cool. Also, the set yaw doesn't work properly. There we go. Now we have actual barbarians with swords walking around Barbarian Village. Right. I'm going to end stream there. I'd call that a great success. I didn't do the butt. I left the back of their... Let's fix that. Let's quickly fix that. Because that looks ridiculous. Is it you? No, it's not the circle. Not you. It's you. So what I need to do is I need to copy, I think from there. Nope. One more. Nope. One more. There to there. Yeah, I am correct. Paste into active layer. They had their butts visible. All right. I mean, we can safely say barbarians aren't shy. Alright. That's going to be it from me today. I will be streaming on Tuesday for Tuesday, which is a bunch of Overwatch OCE creators all playing on the same day, same event together. Hopefully we're not doing a popular mode. It'd be nice to play something where we'll actually run into other people. Otherwise, I hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope to chat again soon. Bye!